Hello, y'all. How y'all doing? So yeah, another day. I'm trying to get a few good hours in. How does the sound, how's the sound mixing? Because I've had to turn my headphone sensitivity down a little bit because my neighbors nearby won't control their dogs. And I'll just flat out say it. And I'm sorry about that. But this has been going on all morning. And yeah. So if anybody that's online can kind of tell me how I sound right quick, I kind of would appreciate it. Just so I know going forward. Oh, and when I did get back on last night, I just decided, since it was so close to maintenance, I just decided to, you know, bring up Paladin a little bit, doing some of these side quests. Which I need to find this last person for whoever pays her favors. Which has been a nice little quest. It's kind of a side story here. Although I'm having trouble finding the last one here that I need to talk to. I won't spend too much time on it. I just want to. Since I'm already here, I might as well end it. I think this will take care of the side quests for Yed the Mod. Ah! I swear if that dog does not shut up. I hate to, God damn it, I still hear it. I hope I come across clearly enough. I'll just say that. Where is this last one? Logo repays her favors. Probably somewhere so painfully obvious that maybe in here. which one am I missing? I don't know if anybody's done this side quest yet or not, but I kind of want to know which one I'm missing here. I'll just do it some other time. Let's just get back to the MSQ. Okay. Oh, it's actually raining here. Probably freezing rain. Oh, that'd be good. Anyways, let's go to this again. Okay. Manolane. Oh yeah, that's right. Oh, okay. Some quick thoughts before I get started. I had some thoughts about the towers and what they were doing, which is sucking out more ether and consuming more ether than what they need, supposedly. They bleeding out Heidelin? Or are they bleeding out Zodiark? That's, I mean, Xenos made a mention of feasting upon their strength and using that to fuel the fight. That's a question I have. So I guess we'll see. We will see what's to come. Afternoon. Never thought myself much of an explorer, though I suppose my adventures have taken me to all sorts of strange and distant places. With that in mind, traversing an ice field should be a simple feat. There you go, that's the attitude to have. Now to say. So it's into the Eblan Rhyme we go. But where do we even start looking in such a place? A Manolane. Tracks in the snow. As usual, a Manolane is, as usual, milling about aimlessly. What ho, chums? Been giving something to do, have you? As it happens, I too have been ordered to make myself useful. Yeah. Trouble is, I'm a little bit more useful than you are. Sounds like a rather tall order. Since you ask, we're to scour the Eblan Rime for survivors. What? Wander around ice fields on the off chance you'll find someone? You'd take forever to finish the job without the benefit of my expertise. Or more specifically, my telescope. Come friends, I know just the spot to begin our search. I'll probably regret this, but we may as well humor him. Same, Alice. Same. Let's indulge this loser. If anybody's listening, I know this may be a bit much to ask, but can I just get a sound check? Does everything sound okay? Like, am I coming through fine? I guess maybe I should just let it go. Alright, music check. Who fights? Who wins? Wow. Bit of a Garlemald theme with with Shadowbringers. Say? I'm surprised by how many wild beasts there are roaming about the place. Perhaps now that the soldiers have gone, they're free to wander and forage as they please. And now we've gone from freezing rain to, snow. The few buildings I can see don't appear to be residences. They may still warrant investigation, though. Madeleine? I spy with my little telescope a massive sheep thing? Or maybe it's a cow? Not what we're after either way. Is that an ether current? Ah, no, just a wind sprite. Fourth wall. Other than that, it's all snow, snow, snow. But lo, what do I see over yon hillock? There's no mistaking it. That's a girl. A survivor? Show me. Over there, behind that tree. It looks like she's running away from something, so surely not us. She wouldn't even know we're here unless she had a telescope like mine. And all I could tell is that she's wearing a pale green dress. Rather fetching one at that. Give me the important details of Madeleine. I'm already tired of your shit. She'll be long gone by the time we get anywhere near, but we should be able to follow her footprints. I'll let Lucia know where you're heading. Oh, and take these warming tinctures with you. The poor girl must be chilled to the bone, if not on the verge of freezing to death. That's the first good idea you've had, Manelaine. That's actually very thoughtful. Thank you. But won't you need some for yourself? No, I'll be fine. As a man of chivalry, my honor demands I do no less. And lest we forget, the very reason we are here is to protect those in need. Now go, and Godspeed. He's the type of person, though, that he'd do something because it would make him feel better more than it would make another person feel better, though. Let's slide on down here. Oh, this is the new mount. The Endwalker mount. Right. Oh, just for anybody watching, I may have a little bit of an unboxing event today. I have a package coming soon. From UPS, I believe it is the collector's box. I guess we'll see for sure. This is current. Yeah, this Gilgamesh zone is so good. Or Garlemald. You trust me? Question. While you're here, do I sound okay? I'm sorry I keep asking this question. I'm trying to adjust things because neighbors. And their dog. Yeah, that's what it seems like to me. That's the impression I'm getting so far. But then again, you've always seen little bits and pieces of Garlemald here and there, and it does seem like very modern, if a bit futuristic, of modern city. A trail of fresh footprints lead east. Fallout? Yeah, I can see that. I can definitely see that. These footprints appear to be the same as those you saw previously, and they lead towards the building. Alpha no? According to the label here, this place was used by those involved with extracting ceruleum. Now let's say. We're getting closer. I'm sure of it. At first, we thought she'd gone inside the building, but the door doesn't look to have been opened in some time. She might still be nearby, so we'll keep looking around here. Then again, it's also possible that she ran right past this place. Would you mind searching up ahead? I love how how cold and just desolate it looks. Just, ugh. This is not a forgiving snowscape. The girl in the green dress anxiously surveys her surroundings. Were you to call out to her from this distance, it might attract wild beasts to your location. It would be safer to get closer first, but you must do so without drawing her attention. Oh, so we gotta be sneaky. Follow the girl from a safe distance. The objective will end in failure if you are noticed. Make use of cover such as rocks to approach her without being seen. Similarly, the objective will also end in failure if you fall too far behind. Should you fail? Okay. Probably going up there to the top of that hill right there, where that house is. Ah, Well done. See, this is where I really felt like I was pushing it. Oh no, shit. Oh, fucker. Did I somehow... Did I somehow get away with that? Approach the girl in green. I can't believe I got away with that second run. I mean, I'm not complaining, but... Phew. Still in one piece. You and me both. Oh, stalker right behind you. Who are you? Stay back! This house is packed with explosives. Take another step and I'll blow this place sky high. Please, we just want to talk. I'm Alphino. This is my sister Alice, and our good friend the Reed. We have no intention of hurting or taking anything from you or anyone else. I give you my word. We and our comrades have come to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. Aid? You savages are the ones responsible for all of this. You did this to us. We didn't. I promise you. One of the other reasons we came was to find out what happened here, in fact. The Telephoroi are the ones to blame. They're the ones who laid waste to Garlemald, and they won't stop until they've destroyed the entire world. They're the enemy. Our enemy. On our way, we encountered Imperial soldiers who had been made their thralls. Those poor souls are now in our care, and we are striving to cure them of their affliction. You're the first person we've met who wasn't already enslaved. How were you able to escape the Telephoroi's influence? Are there any others like you? I'm sorry, I don't mean to overwhelm you. Let's start with introductions. Can you tell me your name? My name's Acinia. As for how I've managed to stay sane, I've been asking myself the same question. Ever since that night, and the roar, that terrible roar, then the screams. I was screaming too, I think. I'm not sure. I can't remember. Then came the silence. Everything was still. It was like waking up from a nightmare. I thought that maybe the fighting had stopped, so I stepped outside. God damn. If your hells are real, I saw one that day. I ran past friends, people I'd known all my life, eyes vacant, dead, staring at the sky. Get into like some horror shit here. Others were mad and violent. I saw them struggle with soldiers, but didn't stay to watch. I fled as far as my legs would take me. Do you have family here? Is this their home? No. This is Victor's Spoils, a mansion for retired soldiers. Or it was. But now me and a few others are borrowing it. Gotta do what you can do to survive. As for the explosives, I was making that up. I just wanted to keep everyone else safe, and I didn't know if you were... The truth is, our supplies are running low. You said you're here to help. Can you? Of course. Whatever assistance we can provide, we will. Thank you. I'd better tell the others first, though. Wait here. This is everyone. The Cineas says you can be trusted, but these are desperate times. We'd be fools to let foreign troops into our home. Okay, fair. Having said that, for you to provide us with a means of heating the place, as a sign of goodwill, perhaps we could take you at your word. Amanda Lane, you actually are coming through for us. If that is too much to ask, then leave us be. Time to put my firewood gathering skills to use. Could you provide the spark with a little magic, LSA? Remember a little time in Heaven's Sword, where a little Alphino did not know the first thing about making the fire or anything like that. We'll have a fire burning in no time. May we build it under that gazebo? The what? Oh, you mean the bower. Yes, yes, do as you will. I love that shit. Acinia. How the mighty are fallen. Licinia's inner turmoil is writ plain on her face. Sorry, I'm still finding it hard to come to terms with all that's happened. Now that you're here, though, I'm hoping things might change for the better. You know, I've worked up quite a sweat from all the running about, so I'll leave space around the fire for the others. As you can tell. So. One second. Sorry about that. My voice is giving out on me a bit there. As you can tell, they're in a far worse state than me. We were planning to look for somewhere warmer or with more food, but they're not going anywhere until we nurse them back to health, which I don't know how to do. Is there anything you can do to help them? Maybe. Before the Civil War, I was a student. The others were officials of some sort, I think. Even after all this time together, we hardly know the first thing about each other. What I do know is this: we're Garleans. When times are hard, we stick together, no matter what. We're gonna fucking have a Garlean contingent. We're gonna be fucking leading a Garlean contingent here, aren't we? Despondent refugee. Emaciated refugee. All's well. All's well. With food in my belly and a song in my heart. Sickly refugee. I can feel my fingers again. Is that the, like, Garlean Forces radio right there that's playing in the background? I can treat their frostbite and their wounds, but it will take time for the fire to do its work. Now would be a good occasion to make use of Manoline's tinctures, the ones that can warm the body from the inside out. Would you make sure everyone gets one? The numbness is beginning to subside, though I suspect once the fire dies it will return with a vengeance. Warming tincture? I've never heard of such a thing. No harm in trying. But tell me, have you heard aught of the city? Though calling it that seems absurd after what's happened. It's nothing but ruins now. The few buildings still standing offer no more than meager protection from the wind and snow. Food production, water purification, the match attack that sustained us has come to a grinding halt. But Machina that remains operational cannot be run for lack of ceruleum. Of course, ceruleum engines is full of the stuff, for all the good it does us. No one here knows the first thing about extraction or refining. Emaciated refugee. All is well. Yes, never better. Oh, what sweet libation is this? Is it poison by any chance? Just a joke. If I laugh, 'tis that I may not weep, so said the poet. And alas, my tears would freeze on my cheek ere they fell. We are the blessed damned, to bear witness to the fall of the great empire, while our brethren lie dead, or live on as puppets of flesh. First came the war, then came the roar. When morning came, Garlemald was no more. In a cacophony of gunfire, explosions, and screams that was our beloved capital razed to the ground. From the rubble rose the disheveled remnants, their lavish finery caked in ash as they shuffled mindlessly towards the palace. Each bearing a fragment of stone or metal, an offering perhaps to the architect of our destruction. A hope few try to reason with the deranged, only to be beaten for their kindness. A hopeful few try to reason with the deranged, only to be beaten for their kindness. But I knew better than to plead with the horde. I fled with my health, if not my conscience preserved. Now I wait with my fellow cowards for our final judgment. Damn, that's one way of putting it, I guess. Despondent refugee. What do you want? A tincture? I may as well drink it, I suppose. That is radio. Oh, that's right. It's a radio. You don't have them where you come from, I take it? We use them to listen to messages sent by others, even over great distances. There are different types, but this is the model that is by far the most popular. Made with quality components crafted with the finest ore, sourced from Locus and Minas. It is. Not all that useful since the capital fell into ruin. The people at the broadcasting station must have either fled or ended up like all the others, because all we've been hearing is the same music being played over and over again. Home beyond the horizon. An ode to the brave men and women sent to reclaim our ancestral homeland of Locus and Minas. We may have founded an empire in these frozen wastes, but we always hope to take back what was once ours. 'Tis a solemn reminder that though we must suffer great hardship, better days will surely come. Let me guess, Locus and Minas is where we live. Despite everything, I believe that Emperor Varus yet lives, and that he speaks to us through our radios. Good old copium propaganda. It was a cunning strategy, faking his murder. He must have foreseen this catastrophe and chosen to conceal himself, that he may one day make his triumphant return. Yes, I'm sure of it. Emperor Varus would not be defeated so easily. Coloring's like, boy. I have faith that you will deliver us from this madness, your radiance. By your grace shall Garlemald be reborn. If there's something that could be said for Lord Menelain, he's not one to leave others at the mercy of the cold. Of course, being a man of Kurthis, I'm sure he is more aware than most of its dangers. But I sense that is not the only reason. Ever since the warm welcome we received at Camp Dragonhead, the hospitality he and his brothers have afforded us has been nothing short of exemplary. Perhaps they aspire to live up to the example set by Lord Endwalker. Many of our ancestors succumbed to the bitter cold when they first came to these lands, much as we are now. But with discipline and order, any obstacle can be overcome. When every man knows his duty and is held to account if he shirks it, without a hierarchy, this is what we are reduced to. If you listen very, very carefully, you can hear it, the sound of my stomach eating itself. Would that I could devour my soul. Alice, eh? What they need most is a decent meal. We've food back at the camp, but there's the distance to consider. I'll just tap in back at the Aetherite. Simple. The Cinia. What's that? Have one. So, this is what you gave the others? Thank you. I'll save it for later. Actually, I have a few things to ask you. Are you part of the group staying in Laterum? I saw the gate of Vergilia's troops heading towards the Magna Glacius a few days ago. Are they the ones you encountered? Mm-hmm. Camp Broken Glass, you call it. And Virgilia and her men are all there now. So how did you reach the Magna Galactius? Did you cross the mountains on foot? No, Sid Garland and his friends helped us out here. Might be a name familiar to you. Airships. Then there might be a way to. The Cynia. Where is everyone? Uh-oh. Is something the matter? I heard a voice back there. That's the matter. A voice from inside, you say? You must be imagining things. Everyone's out here. Perhaps a baby Amnesty has found its way into the house. It wouldn't be the first time. Without the soldiers to scare them off, wild animals have been roaming closer to the settlements. Some have been known to attack people, too. That don't sound like no animal. I've just had an idea. If you and yours are strong enough to defeat a Legatus, surely a few beasts shouldn't pose a threat. If you've a mind to continue helping us, perhaps you could head to the other side of the lake. There's a small group of tappers living there. People whose job was to extract ceruleum. They still do, from what we can tell. I've already tried asking if they would share their fuel with us, but they're not willing to give it away. We want food in exchange. Lots of food, and that's something we don't have and can't get on our own. On top of that, to even reach their den, we'd have to make our way past all those creatures. Would you be willing to go in our place? We only need enough ceruleum to last until the others are strong enough to travel to your camp. If the offer still stands, that is. Oh, and I don't expect you to give up your own supplies, but there might be another way to pay the tappers. We best watch out for baby Amnesties while we're away. Well, yes, of course. If I see any, I'll be sure to shoo them away. To reach Tapper's Den, you'll have to cross the lake. The ice is thick enough to support a person's weight, but if you'd rather not take the risk, you'll need to take the long way around. Finding the entrance can be a bit tricky, too, so it's easier to just look for someone standing guard outside. However you decide to head there, please be careful. This really does feel like a climax type of expansion. The screen is black? Let me check something. It may be on your end, because I'm pulling up my stream and it looks fine. I think. Yeah, everything looks okay on my end. So, I mean, you may have to refresh something or... But yeah, if it could persist, please let me know. Okay. And again, I pulled up on my YouTube, so because I'm streaming to both, so that may be. I'll double check my Twitch as well if I can. Yeah, everything looks good. Just as long as it sounds good. Looks and sounds good, I guess. Here we are, and crazy to think after all this time, we're in Garlemald. Almost like 6 years, for me, 6 years to the day. Pearly Tapper. Who goes there? How did you find us? What do you mean I stand out like a sore thumb? If the purebloods over at Victor Spoils hadn't given away our location, you'd never have found us. Those stuck-up arseholes. Thought they could come waltzing in here demanding cerulean with nothing to offer in return? Ha! Looks like the boot's on the other foot now that the capital's gone to shite. So they've resorted to sending you to negotiate. I know your game, Southsword. If they think we'll give in to intimidation, they've got another thing coming. Okay. I mean, if you know my name, you want to take me on, then that's on you. Am I dead yet? Head for Tapper's Den. There you are. Just after you left, Lucinia asked me to go and catch up with you, in case you needed a hand. Someone must have let slip that I've a little experience in transporting barrels of ceruleum. So this is Tapper's Den. Well then, after you. are you? What happened to the guards? We just dispatched them, that's all. Eorzeans and rebels here to save the people of Garlemald? That doesn't make any goddamn sense! Why in the hells would you pass up this chance to put those Imperial bastards to the sword? Let me guess. None of you are Garlean? You were brought here from other lands. Girabanya, Yansha, Bozya, Dalmasca, to name but a few. Some dragged here against our will, others fed bollocks about a better life, all put to work extracting ceruleum. All given the esteemed title of On, placing us firmly in the bottom rung of the ladder. But the old hierarchy means nothing in the new Garlemald, says we. But the only thing that's escaped more or less unscathed is Cerulia and Gens. Still sustaining us, even with our paymasters out of the picture. We hear you're experts in drawing up ceruleum from the bottom of the lake. But how can you do that if it's frozen over? Oh, that's simple. They drill down. Ha! Wouldn't you like to know? Trade secrets, I'm afraid. At any rate, it's not as if ceruleum is used for much these days, but with the city in ruins, we take enough to power our heaters and save the surplus for later. And though it helps stave off the cold, it does sod all about our hunger unless we can trade it away. Speaking of which, be sure to tell your contingent we've got ceruleum by the barrelful. If they're interested, we'll exchange it for whatever provisions they're willing to spare. We could certainly ask. But if you're all free to go now, why carry on living here? Free to go? Go where? Even if we managed to get back to our homelands, there'd be nothing left for us, thanks to the Empire. And the knowledge and skills we acquired working here would be practically useless outside of Garlemald. So we're staying for the time being. As long as there's a need for ceruleum, we'll find a way to get by, even if Garlemald as we knew it is gone for good. Gone for good? Yeah, that's something to chew on. The Garlemald as we knew it is gone for good. If you're wondering why we post guards outside, it's because we've had trouble with the other refugees, and I don't mean the ones at Victor Spoils. Some of them come bearing weapons and won't take no for an answer. As for the two guards you met on the way in, I'll tell them what we've discussed once they've recovered from the beating you gave them. Come to think of it, maybe we should ask your contingent to send some bandages and healing balm. Fair. Fair enough. Regardless of what the Ilsabard contingent does for the people of Garlemald, the Empire itself is already a thing of the past. Damn. That's something that's wild. You knew it it was kind of trending this way. It was kind of, but yeah, just hearing it said out loud, it's like, damn. For many, that would be a cause for celebration, while for others, their whole way of life will have been turned upside down. After all the atrocities committed in the Empire's name, perhaps it is for the best that it is consigned to history. But what of the ordinary people, their lives, their stories? Should they be forgotten too? I suppose there'll be plenty of time to ponder that later. For now, let's see about getting some ceruleum. fire we built at Victor Spoils won't last forever, and it's too dangerous for Licinia and the others to search for more kindling. If we can get them some ceruleum, that'll be one less thing for them to worry about. For a time, at least. Oliva. How the bloody hell did you find us here, and who are you? I'm just Eorzea's champion, that's all. Come here from across the ice fields, did you? And we'd better hope you weren't followed by any of them crazed soldiers, or we're done for. Tell me about yourself. Like the others here, I took to living in the caves to get away from the chaos in the city. These days I scrape by on what I can find, or by trade in ceruleum with the other survivors. Thing is, most of us shouldn't even be here in the first place. We was dragged to Garlemald against our will from the provinces and forced to do hard labor. Then when everyone else lost their minds, we took our chance and scarpered. Much as I hate to admit it, the skills we learned from extracting and processing ceruleum for the Garleans are what kept us alive out here. One thing's for certain though, we can't carry on like this forever. Is Liz. You've seen what's happened to the capital, haven't you? We came here to get away from all that, and this is the safest place we could find. We've come to calling it Tapper's Den because we survived by extracting, or tapping as we call it, the ceruleum from the lake. We either burn it to stay warm, or trade it for goods with other refugees. Jarek is amenable to making a deal. So, you've come seeking ceruleum, have you? What? Those purebloods up at Victor's Spoils sent you? To turn to their enemies for help, they must be more desperate than I'd thought. Then again, Licinia's got her little sister to think about. A sister? But we only saw Licinia and 3 men. It's possible she died from whatever was ailing her. If she needed treatment, I doubt there'd be any way to get it around here. I may have refused Licinia at first, thinking she'd come back with something to exchange, but I could spare them a bottle's worth of ceruleum. Consider it a reward for introducing me to the rest of your contingent. Be sure to send them our way, you hear? Yes, sir. I can't for the life of me think why Licinia would keep her sister a secret from us. But we can ask about that after we've delivered this ceruleum. Come on. Let's hurry back. Well, let's see what her reason is for hiding her sickly sister. Maybe she can... She's too far gone, or... Journey ready? Made way up there. At least for me at the moment. Don't look like it. At least not up this way. Maybe up to the north there is. Oh! Well, here we go. Or so I thought. I hear that damn dog again. I'm sorry about that, y'all. This isn't right. It's too quiet. I would have thought Alphino would still be treating them by the fire, but they're nowhere to be seen. I'll look inside the house while you search outside. They can't have gone far. Sorry, everybody, about that. I hope it's not too loud, at least. Well, there's Alphino. What we got going on here? Wait, what? I didn't notice that fire. Is that fire out? Yeah, I didn't see it, so... No, it's... the fire's gone. Sickly refugee. Oh no. Oh no. Damn it. Damn it all. Alphino, what's going on here, buddy? They asked me to help carry supplies. But when I followed them back here, they attacked me. Caught me off guard. Forced me to defend myself. I fear they fared rather worse than me. You can't fool us. We know what you're about. Vultures. That's what you are. Waiting in the wings for us to show weakness, then in you swoop. Here to help? What rot! All a ploy to make us lower our guard. Let you in, put ourselves at your mercy, put us in chains, steal our lands, get your revenge. You're wrong. That's not what any of us want. Save the arguments for later. We got bigger problems. I found empty medicine bottles in a bed that was still warm. It's true. Licinia was hiding her sick sister inside the house. But now there's no sign of either of them. Where are they? Where did they go? away from you and yours, and if you think I'll tell you, you're a fool. I'd never give up my people. We're trying to help them, you idiot! Exactly. Her sister's ill, the empty bottles prove it. So the medicine ran out, or she put it in her pockets to make it easier to carry, or to avoid the sound of clinking glass. There are beasts everywhere. How could you let them go alone? To protect them from you! You invade our homeland, taint it with the same sorcery used to slay our countrymen. A Garland should sooner die than suffer the insult. Better for them to flee, keep their purity intact, than be corrupted by your vile magics. We were waiting for a chance to free them, since the moment you arrived. This is getting us nowhere. No. It's not. I cannot say how Licinia and her sister will react when we find them, but find them we must. Go on without me, both of you. I first need to tend to my injuries, and theirs. I will join you in the search after. Alright. Be careful. Alpha, no. Be careful, please. We'll do our best to find them quickly. There's only one path out of here, so that's where we'll start. Rob us of our lands? Rob us of our pride? No. No, I'll not allow it. Better to die free than live in servitude and shame. The girls say the same. I'll follow as soon as I can. After I've given them some basic treatment, I'll take the men inside the house and use a light sleeping enchantment to help them rest, and ensure that they don't cause any more trouble. I'm sorry, but this is something I must do. Okay, Alpha, no. I understand. That's your nature. I will not begrudge you that. So, at the end of the trail, let's go. Two sets of fresh footprints, young women, judging by the size. This is definitely them. Come on. The trail stops at the frozen lake. Perhaps they chose this route so as not to leave footprints. I can't think of any other reason. Look at this place. It's crawling with beasts, and I can only imagine how hard it must be for her ailing sister to cross the ice. We could really do with Alphino's help, but we can't afford to wait for him. Let's split up and look for clues. Half-buried piece of paper. The wet paper, half buried in the snow, appears to be a flyer for a theater group, though the run of shows advertised has long since ended. The Prima Vista? Oh, hold on. Just a second. I think I got something here. Oh, the package. Oh, thank you. Dang, this is bigger than I thought. Alright, y'all. Look what I got here. Okay. I think I got my collector's box. If it's... I mean, well, no, I got my collector's box. If it ain't that, I don't know what it is. Okay. Give me just a second. I will unbox it. Live. I wasn't certain it was going to be coming today, but... I guess it did come after all. Something tells me I'm not going to regret this one bit. Okay. Oh boy. Yep, there we go. And I've never done it at an unboxing before. 5. Wow. And here's the Highland and Zodiac. Holy moly. Okay. Give me just a second. Let me get this out of the way here. keep forgetting there's so much tape to go through with such thing. Oh, hold on. I don't want to. Yeah, I guess I'll have to. There we go. Oh, come on, come on. Don't be stubborn. Please, I don't want to... There. Even more unboxing. Okay, let me... Well... Endwalker. It doesn't really say what's in it, but there's this right here. Let me find out. Looks like there's a couple of these. Where I must cut. Hey, y'all can say you were here when I did my very first ever unboxing thing. I mean, not that it matters, but I don't know why I closed that, because I'm probably going to have to use it again. First thing up. Here, I am not going to take this out yet, but here, very first thing, there's that soul crystal of Azem, and I'm guessing, here's, I think those are the Lunarians, aren't they? Very nice. I'm just going to put this off to the side for right now. I will take these out later when I'm well and good and ready. Let me move myself around a little bit there. Shoot. Let me set this on the side, it might maybe help. These are packed in pretty tight. Try not to damage anything. Oh, this is the big thing. This is the big one. Okay. Oh, I see what this one is going to be. And again, I will probably not take this out. Here you go. I don't know if it comes across good here, but yeah. Very nice. Very nice. I will set this off to the side. But that is Meteor Survivor and the level 90 Paladin gear. There is one more thing, I think. Or am I wrong? Maybe it was just that one thing. I think I was wrong. But still, okay, I'm gonna put these up right click. Oh no! I was right. There is one more thing. Final Fantasy XIV art collection and frame set. Right here, let me take this out. Yeah, just something told me I needed to get this art collection set, or this whole set right here, the collector's box. Oh, I do not want to. It's an art frame. Of course, there's the logo drop here. Try to be very, very careful with these. Endwalker, of course. Is that our Heidelin and Zodiac right here? Wow. Look at all this. I'm going to be putting this back in its envelope. Heaven's Ward, I think? And I think this is for Stormblood. That's Lise, I think. And Shadowbringers. goodness. I'm gonna need a bunch of frames for these. And here's for Endwalker. The whole Heidelin Zodiac thing. More artwork. There's the, the key art right here. Again, I know I'm not the best at showing this. And there's our initial Meteor Survivor 1.0. And then look at how Meteor Survivor glowed up. Oh my goodness, that is so cool. Okay, I'm going to put this back in the envelope it came in, including the frame for now. That is so cool. Okay. Take these off to the side. And I will do more afterward. Let me do a little bit more on MSQ. Very cool. Very cool. I know, right? Boy. Well, there you are. World's worst unboxing ever. Because I know I do not have the setup for that, but oh well. You've already looked at this one, haven't I? Yeah, Meteor Survivor went from, oh, I'll have your Warrior of Light home by 6 at the latest to your Warrior of Light calls me daddy now. Sorry for the thirst post, but yeah, he got handsome. The empty bottle smells faintly of alcohol. The thin coating of dirt indicates it has been here for some time and is unlikely to have any connection to Licinia or her sister. music in this is so good. Fresh blood. Ew, not good. The blood staining in the snow appears to be fresh. Judging by the amount, the victim may have been severely wounded. The trail of blood leads southeastwards. Emperor's Rose. You thought marbles were scary. Look at this thing. Cinia. Both out cold. The two bodies are already cold. Aww. Both struck down by a beast. That damn radio.
Blood trail. We found one. They were attacked.
Yep.
No. Why? Why wouldn't they?
Pride?
Safer to brave the wilds than trust in our magic.
Yep. That's what... God damn it.
We should have... I should have... We can't leave them like this. We have to take them home.
What if we're only making it worse?
That's a good point. I see both. I see what both of y'all are saying.
Maybe we don't belong here, but neither do they. Not out here in the wind and the cold.
I know. You gotta think of what they've been told about us.
I heard the story about Varus's voice from beyond the grave. Of course, I didn't believe it, but Licinia and her sister did. Perhaps there is something to the tale after all. I want to understand. So I'm going to borrow this for a while, if that's all right.
You just missed an unboxing, actually. I don't know if you knew that, but yeah, you just missed an unboxing. I got my Endwalker collector's edition.
You had every reason not to trust us. We came as trespassers, invaders.
Well, yeah, I mean, we kind of did. I mean, just despite whatever intention we had.
But I pray that in time, we will be more than that to you. That we will find a way to help your loved ones. And see that no more children are left to freeze alone in the snow.
An ideal that Ysayle is espoused. Unfortunately, we can't just always go waltzing right in here. And we buried them here. There must have been something we could have done. But what? Yeah, I really appreciate the lack of brevity in this place. Hardy har having your minion out like that. Should we have never come here? Would they still be alive if we hadn't? Maybe you buy him some days or weeks. If we hadn't come. But I can't see how it would have gotten any better. If only we'd had a chance to talk things over, but it's too late now. Too late by far. Did talk. A way forward. Alphino's resolve may be shaken, but he has not forgotten his duty. We have already caused enough harm here. Let us return to the camp before we cause any more. As for those inside the house, we should send someone to take care of them. Someone who isn't us. All we can do for now is make our report to Lucia and do everything in our power to prevent further tragedy. So let us linger here no more. Come. It is. It really is. I mean, you kind of... There's the fucked up thing about the, you know, the enthralled Garleans, and then even for the ones that aren't enthralled, the sense of pride they have in their nation, and probably the sense of torment that they have, that they see who they perceive as savages now prancing about in their land. For people that are brought up so much on national identity, that's going to fuck them up. That really is going to fuck them up. They would rather die. Yeah, they would rather die in the cold than accept help from us. Or take that risk. They would, at the very least, they would rather take that risk of dying than accept help from us. But national identity and things like that they're going to do such things. I mean, in reality, we thought much of that hook, line, and sinker about the Garleans as well. I mean, yeah, they were invading our lands, but they were invading Eorzea, but you know, it in a lot of these situations, it takes two to tango. Yeah, they don't know any better. But in reality, we're starting to learn. We're not that far ahead from them. We're really just starting to learn about them as a people as well. We are ahead, yes, but how far ahead are we? No. Would you mind giving Lucia a full report? Let's say. We mustn't forget to send some of our allies to Tapper's Den. We still owe them for the bottle of ceruleum. This is true. Ishtola, treatment of the tempered is proceeding as well as can be expected. If there is anything to report, you will be sure to know, though I gather you have a report of your own to deliver. Arun? Is something the matter? The twins look out of sorts, and you too seem a bit off. Well, yeah, I've seen some fucked up shit. Forgive me for saying, but the three of you appear rather drained since your return. Is there aught I might do to be of assistance? Yeah. Alistair and Alphino tell me they have finished their preliminary search for survivors, but refrained from saying much more than that. Clearly, they are reluctant to provide details. Might I ask for your account? Here's what went down. We met some Garleans that weren't tempered, but their pride is a horrible thing to shake off.
Thank you for your report. We shall inform the troops of these developments, and instruct them to proceed with the utmost caution should they encounter any survivors.
Allow me to go and speak with the ones at the victor's spoils. They may be more willing to listen to a fellow Garlean and accept our offer of assistance.
I pray you are right. And though I am loath to burden you any further, should there be an appropriate occasion to speak of Licinia and her sister, please do so.
Thank you, Maxima.
I am sorry to have put you through this.
My distress is nothing compared to their suffering.
This is true.
So tell me, what else have we learned?
As you may have already heard, we have succeeded in curing the members of the Populares, Maxima identified. They have provided us with some intriguing insights into the current state of Garlemald. The assassination of Emperor Varus was the catalyst for the civil war. Nerva declared his claim to the throne, and his opponents refused to recognize it. Fighting broke out in the capital, where Nerva's Third Legion clashed with the First, who remained loyal to Varus even after his death.
Of course, even Imperial warmongers would balk at the idea of turning their shining city into a battleground. Like burning down the wood to spite the wasps. Neither side would be so mad. Unless something or someone inflamed their animosity to such an extent that they could not help but act against their better judgment.
It brings to mind events of the Gimlet Dark, does it not? The Emperor's sudden withdrawal from the front lines, specifically. Nerva and his father, Titus, Varus's then political rival, took advantage of rumors that Crown Prince Xenos had been possessed by a demon.
Shit that we started right after Stormblood. Oh, he's possessed by a demon, alright. That demon is his own.
Elidibus, what better way to disparage your enemies than with the truth, or a close enough approximation?
Yep.
Indeed. But before their accusations could be substantiated, many of Titus's followers were silenced. While some were merely stripped of their status, others died under curious circumstances. One after another, suddenly and suspiciously.
Again, Elidibus. Like as not, he had a hand in it. No evidence was found to implicate Varus, certainly. Nevertheless, Titus, Nerva, and the Third Legion would have judged it a brazen attempt by the Emperor to rid himself of his political enemies. And then, in the midst of this growing turmoil, Varus Sosgalvis is murdered. And Garlemald's own prodigal son, Gaius van Belsar, is named the murderer. Shortly thereafter, Nerva claims the right of succession, and in response, the First Legion claims the assassination was part of a coup d'etat orchestrated by Titus and Nerva.
Funny how that all weaves together.
So no one is at fault, and everyone else is to blame.
Mm-hmm.
I should add that both parties received substantial financial backing, presumably to provide them with the means and encouragement to pursue a swift victory, and that these contributions came from the self-same benefactor.
Goodness. Fan Daniel, under the guise of Asahi Sas Brutus, I think.
I'd heard House Brutus had been filling the Third Legion's coffers, but the First as well.
It would seem so. Though the Populares determined that the First Legion received funds from a variety of organizations, all had connections to House Brutus.
So Fandaniel, in the guise of Asahi, was playing both sides against each other the entire time.
Yep.
The information we gained from my friends does not end there. One night, shortly after fighting broke out, the capital was shaken by an immense tremor. From that point onward, they have no memories, no recollection of any events, including our clash on the Magna Glaciers. But when asked about the Imperial Palace and its bizarre transformation, they somehow recall Emperor Varus giving them orders in their dreams.
That's weird. Could Fandaniel be leaping into Emperor Varus's body too?
May the Tower of Babel stand as testament to the glory of Garlemald.
Tower of Babel.
This sounds awfully familiar.
Mm-hmm.
We have something to show you all.
radio.
Varys spoke to them through this radio. Perhaps it was a recording, but if not, that would be inexplicable.
Yeah, it could be a recording, but it could be... My theory is maybe Van Daniel is also using Varys' body when needed. And he's leaping back and forth.
We are of one mind, then.
Mm-hmm.
The ether that permeates the ore used in this device is almost identical to that of the talismans.
Very interesting.
I see it. While it is likely more by coincidence than design, these devices might also ward against a primal's influence. A picture is beginning to form. If the tremor felt throughout Garlemald was a wave of ether emitted by a primal, then while those within range would have been tempered, those huddled around a radio desperate for news concerning the Civil War would have been spared.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Something in that ore. Yeah, that the radio uses.
No wonder Licinia kept it close.
My friends! I must speak with you!
What news do you have, Cyrena?
A young man was caught trying to steal our supplies. He is a soldier of the Iron Men, we think, but one who has not been made thrall.
I dig it. I dig it. Because it's an expanded cast that recalls, that is brought together from the journeys that the warrior of light has made before.
Thankfully, Magni restrained him before blood was spilled. The stranger is outside, if you wish to ask him questions.
I think we do.
Yeah, let's get some answers here. If we can.
Who do we have here?
Mm-hmm. Indeed.
Garleans?
Garleans? And love you shall find.
Traitors to your homeland! Have you no shame?
I am Lucia Junius, a Temple Knight of Ishgard. And you are?
Iulus Pier Norbanus. And that's all you invaders will get from me.
We are not here to invade Garlemald. Far from it. Like you, our allies in Eorzea and the Far East fight in defense of their lives and their loved ones even as we speak.
In Shadowbringers, you only hear it in the Sorrow of Warlit questline. Yeah, it's the theme for Turncliffe, and the track is called "And Love You Shall Find."
But it is the people of Garlemald who have suffered most. This we know, and that is why we have come to offer you our aid, that we may unite against our common foe.
Tricks.
Whether you believe me or not, those are the facts. Now, answer me this. Why would a proud soldier of the Empire be reduced to stealing? The situation must be dire indeed for you to go to such lengths. If it is supplies you seek, we would gladly share ours, or turn a blind eye while you leave with your spoils.
I will not negotiate. My commander will determine how to deal with you and yours. If you wish to treat with him, I will take you, but no more than 3.
I don't much like the sound of that. But if we do accept his proposal, I suggest the 2 of us and...
Alphino.
Please allow me and Alize to act as envoys.
May I ask why?
We have seen with our own eyes the hardships the Garleans face. How their futures and lives hang in the balance.
It's not the warmest invitation, but it's an opportunity to prove our intentions true. Maybe not a chance to make things right, but a chance to make them better.
Isn't it from the dungeon too? I'm thinking you're thinking of the track from The Burn, which is a little bit different, but it uses a similar leitmotif from the Praetorium. I don't recall this alone being in a dungeon. It's been used in a couple of cutscenes, and then for a theme for a place called Turncliffe. What would your mother say if I let you 2 go by yourselves? Or I'm going with you. I don't know, this feels serious, so I'm just gonna say I'm going with you. Yeah, their coats do match. It is cute.
I can see that persuading you otherwise is a lost cause, but you will proceed with the utmost care.
Yeah, I love that they were reusing this, because it fits the theme here.
A couple of children and what? A sellsword? Is this an insult?
Not in the least. You will find that they are more than qualified to speak on our behalf.
There are many dangers on the road ahead. I will need that back.
Magna. Said your farewells, have you? The lowly task of keeping watching over provisions would not normally befit the sun. But these being unusual circumstances, I will let no man take that which is not by rights theirs. Perhaps it is unwise to volunteer for a mission so soon after the previous disaster. Nevertheless, I shall not squander this opportunity. I know. This won't bring back Licinia or her sister. Taking the same risks, making the same mistakes. It's possible, but better to try than to give up. Every time. Is this fair? I worry they were not in the best state of mind to volunteer for this undertaking, but what's done is done. I know you will take good care of them, and yourself as well, I trust. They are resilient in the face of hardship. You as well. But good intentions and stubborn determination alone will not be enough to bring our mission to a successful conclusion. Be on your guard. How long is your queue, Patrick? Julius Purinorbanus. It is unusual for one so young to achieve such a high rank. Very unusual. 3278. Yeah, that's probably going to be a decent wait. I was at 1200 this morning, and it was still like 45 minutes. His uniform identifies him as a member of the First Legion, which has a particularly fierce reputation. Whoever his superior may be, I advise you to approach them with caution. Cyrena. You captured the boy as he was about to make off with our food. He must be very hungry to take such risks. Maybe we should give him something to eat, reward him for his boldness. Why not? Lucia. I love that Lucia's getting so much screen time. I need more Sadu, but I love Cyrena's playing a role. Maxima. Even Magni. I'd rather have you, Magni, than the Manoline. Yeah, it did seem more stable. I didn't have to like babysit the queue or anything. I didn't get booted out or anything. I just, you know, had to wait for it to wind down. You will be received as invited guests, and so I urge you to observe proper social etiquette and conduct yourselves accordingly. Your safe return takes precedence above all else. Remember this. Thancred in particular would be worried sick if you're gone too long. May the Fury watch over and keep you. Oh my gosh. I wrote a story, and I kind of finished it and put it out a few months ago, where I kind of alluded that Thancred was not the type to kind of say it to the Warrior of Light's face or Darkness's face. But it was implied that he wouldn't do that, but he secret, you know, in his own brooding way, he'd be worried. So I'm glad that kind of matched that. Julius, or Julius, are you and the children ready? I will explain the route once we are outside your camp. If anyone attempts to follow us, we will judge it an act of hostility. We will not hesitate to take appropriate measures. I would expect nothing less. You have our full cooperation. Speak with Julius again to accompany him. Albert. Several of the Temple Knights are off on reconnaissance at present. We Guardians have seen our fair share of frost in the past years, so we are more than ready for this icy bout. The Hrothgars and Bozia, on the other hand, are having a devil of a time adjusting to these chilly climes. The warming stones we lent them seem to have helped, though. Still at 82. On MSQ. Where do you think their headquarters are? I assume there are a few others beside him and this commander he mentioned. We will do only as instructed. After all, this is what we have been striving for ever since we arrived. Alright, this is far enough. Listen carefully. We head over that hill, and follow the road until we reach Liminal Station 4. Children in the lead. I want you where I can see you. We do have names, you know. I'm Alice, and he's Alphino. And last but not least, there's Lorene. Lorene. Where have I heard that before? No matter. Alphanu and LSA will watch the road ahead while we bring up the rear. I wasn't lying about there being many dangers, so you're to run, not saunter, run towards the station. If you even think about going for your weapon, the deal's off. Should any creatures bar the way, we go around them. Once you choose to depart, Julius will accompany you. Alphano and LSA will then begin moving towards the destination. Make your way to Liminal Station 4 without falling behind. If you leave Julius behind for any reason... Okay. Ready to make a dash for the station? What will you say? Yes. This must be the road he mentioned. If you follow this, it should lead to the station. Not the easiest surface to run on. That's why you go to the snow. Go to where there's a little bit of snow, hopefully. I hope that helps. You better not draw attention. That's the station, I presume. Here, I think. It's nothing like the ones in Thanolin. This is it, the first stop, that is. Good. It looks like your friends knew better than to follow us. Are these your headquarters? No, we're stopping here so I can check for pursuers. Since it appears you've kept to your side of the bargain, we can carry on. I wonder what sort of conditions Julius and his comrades are living in. If they've any sense, they'll have picked somewhere like Victor Spoils to take shelter. We're getting closer to the Imperial Palace. If one could still call it that, it truly is a terrifying sight to behold. Say that again. North of this station is Regio Demorum, one of the main residential areas, or at least it was. The afflicted roam the streets in packs. They'll tear us to shreds if given the chance. Keep close. No wandering off. Understood? The last bastion. Julius knows only too well that danger lurks around every corner. From here, we'll be heading northeast, keeping to the left of the railway. While the route itself is straightforward, getting past the hordes unseen is anything but. Keep your weapons at the ready. They would attack their own countrymen? Aye. They spare their own, but slaughter the rest without hesitation. Though we'll try to avoid detection, chances of sneaking by completely unnoticed are slim at best. I will lead the way, but in the event we are seen, we are to fight them off. Those two will follow us, provided they can refrain from drawing their weapons. While I doubt they would be foolish enough to stab their guide in the back, I will not take that chance. With that said, let us proceed. Well. I think there is one, isn't there? God damn it, we're perfectly capable of holding our own. We must stay alert. I see why your cameras chose you. Jealous, our contingent has a cure for the afflicted, or tempered as we call them. Your people would need to be taken into custody that we may administer the treatment, but they would eventually regain their sanity. Is that so? For all I know, your quote-unquote treatment would simply force them to forsake one master for another. As far as I and my legion are concerned, they are no longer our people. They're beyond saving. Those who thought differently and tried to reason with them were butchered for their bleeding hearts. Come, we have to keep moving. Can't tell him. Euless. Okay, thank you for telling me that. I know I heard it once, but sometimes I have to hear it more than that to... for it to stick. That's what I thought. I hate to watch you bear this burden alone. Well, so be it. I hate it too, but we're given no other choice. Ah! Looks like we're not being followed. We will continue onward. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, the queue does seem more slow moving, but that's probably because people are not getting bumped out with the, with the errors anymore. Yeah. He truly believes there's nothing that can be done for them. No wonder he isn't afraid to get his hands dirty. The surest way to limit casualties is to reach our destination without drawing attention to ourselves. Perhaps afterwards we can try again to convince Euless that the Tempered can be saved. He's going to have to see somebody that from the group that we just that we defeated not long ago come to their senses. I'm sorry. I hope it can be fixed soon for you, so you can jump back in here. I meant what I said. These people deserve only death. I stayed my hand before only out of a desire to remain undiscovered, and that is still the higher priority. We should continue to avoid any unnecessary confrontations. Keep following the railway. Yes, I did. I absolutely did. Wait, what are those? What the hell is going on with these Imperials? Corrupting their flesh now, too? Do you think they were once ordinary people? Such a transformation is likely irreversible. I have the better Chocolina, though. Look at what they have become. Would you still stand there and claim that they can be cured? Those exposed to a vast quantity of a primal's ether may suffer severe corruption. Even with treatment, such victims are beyond salvation. Then you admit it. Now that you have seen these monstrosities for yourself, perhaps you will think twice before speaking of a cure. I mean, if it gets that far, then yes, sure. But if it... Damn. That is fucked up. Yeah, I'll give you that. The character it came from... I mean, I will give you that. Don't get me wrong. Where's the, am I missing something? Did I just walk right past the Aetherite? Shut up. It's in this thing, isn't it? Or there's something underground one. It's like, I don't see no Aetherite here. Okay, so there's something we have to do more beyond, you know, have to go up here somewhere. What the fuck? This is how we get. This is how we walk into our Garland Mall for the first time. No. Though I wish there was another way. I thank you for keeping us from harm. I shall call it Spicy Garlemald. Even here in the outskirts, it's plain to see how vastly different Garlemald is compared to other cities. This is true. Euless. We're almost there. You have kept your side of the agreement, and so I will keep mine. This way. So for the very first time, we are in Garlemald proper. Euless. This is Tertium, one of Garlemald's largest stations. It now serves as our headquarters. So it's kind of like a train subway. I've already sent the twins ahead. I will be with you soon, so wait for me at the bottom of the stairs. Regio Demorum, Regio Urbanissima. Go on, down the stairs like I told you. Or is this your first time into an underground station? They're all over Garlemald. Even during severe blizzards, we could use them to travel from one end of the city to another. Back when they were still in operation, that is. Theodora. Yeah, that's. I've noticed that they're Latin. She clearly has no intention of speaking with you. Wonder if that's her husband or well, someone she cares for is like. Looks like he's sick, maybe probably not dead, at least yet. how you get out of the worst of the cold. This must be the station. Yep, a subway station. Let's say. I had no idea they had such expensive structures built underground. Oh yeah. Wonder what modern technology can do. Alphinu. It's plain to see why they chose this as their base of operations. They could have done a lot worse. Even so, I imagine it's not the easiest place to live. Indeed, and if Euless was willing to make the perilous journey to Camp Broken Glass in search of food, their own supplies must be all but exhausted. They may be shielded from the wind and snow, but it's still bitterly cold. Much like Victor's spoils, it must be a constant struggle to keep their people warm. Lower your voices. While you may be here as my guest, the others will not take kindly to your presence. My commander is in the locomotive, over there. Malleus. Aww. He's right, it's not just funded. Guess I shouldn't be surprised by that. I need to do all these. Tertium is the third station along the rail network which serves the imperial capital of Garlemald. Equipped as a dispatch yard with generators and other facilities, it was taken over and fortified by the remnants of the First Legion following the city's fall into ruination. This is there's a little bit of a Rome feeling, and Xenos is Nero. I'll say. He certainly looks the part. Aether. Now comes the true test. Opposing commander. Oh, that's looking from the trailer. I will deal with you in a moment.
These are their chosen representatives.
Very well. Let us hear what they have to say.
Yes, sir! I present to you our commander, Lord Quintus Van Kina, Legatus of the First Legion.
The first? I had no idea you had survived.
We lost our Emperor, our city, more than half our troops. For my wounds, I may never take the field again. But we survived, aye.
Mm-hmm. He's got a beard, all right.
In a manner much to your liking, I dare say.
We have no intention of adding to your misfortunes, nor do we bear you any ill will.
Spare me. Though you children may speak in earnest, overtures of peace ever ring hollow in my ears. So long as man stands to profit from his neighbor's suffering, war is inevitable. Driven from our ancestral homeland into this blasted waste. Yet still you yearned to rob us of our paltry scraps. 'Twas only with Magitech that you learned to keep your distance. Though we knew it was only a matter of time before you regrouped and returned. Conquest and Empire were our only defenses. Emperors Solus and Varys understood this, and through their campaigns saw us grow and prosper. Much blood has been spilled in Garlemald's name, aye. But if it is a choice between yours and mine, then it is hardly a choice at all.
I do not deny that a great many conflicts throughout history were driven by the desire or necessity to gain by another's loss. That is not why we are here. Nor have we come to petition your aid in the war with the Telophoroi, grave though that threat may be. Our purpose is simply this. We wish to help you. Let us help you. If there is aught that can be done to ease your plight, we would be glad to do it.
Perhaps you would. But regardless of the ideals you espouse, your leaders would not send an army into Garlemald if they did not stand to benefit. If we accept their aid, they will expect their efforts to be rewarded once the Telophoroi are no longer a threat. And after compensation and concessions, the great empire would be brought to heel. Her enemies rejoice at her downfall. Our third eye, a mark of shame.
We won't stand idly by and let your people be humiliated. And we're not alone in that. We only want to make a difference. To make this world of ours better. Surely you can understand that. What I'm trying to say is, there are so many people who just don't care about making you suffer. And maybe that's almost insulting after all the suffering you feel the world has subjected your people to, but believe it or not, that's the truth. And now we're here, and all we're asking is for you to tell us what you want, what you hope for.
So much blood has been shed, so much lost. All because of this endless war. Who wouldn't want to end it? Can we not work together to face our problems as one?
Answer me this, young peacemakers. If a world without conflict is your desire, why reject the unity and prosperity of Garlemald? Is it because we do not share your faith? That we do not share your heritage? That our ideals and virtues differ? That we cherish and hold in the highest that which you do not? Disparity is the root of discord, and peace built on compromise is flawed and fleeting. Happiness for one and all is a dream, and the reality is that to the victor go the spoils. That is why we Garleans will never submit nor surrender. For freedom and for pride, we will remain true to ourselves until the bitter end. That is my hope. It seems there is nothing more to say on the matter.
Come on, Alpha. No, I know you got one more Reddit post in you.
You will remain here while I decide what is to be done with you. Do not be alarmed. No harm will come to you if you cooperate.
Really?
We will not resist. However, as your guests, I ask that we be allowed to speak with the other members of your group.
Couldn't just let us go. That would have been fine.
As you wish. I had no intention of locking you up, as by dawn you would be frozen stiff and you're no good to me dead. You are free to move about the encampment, but there is one condition. Collar them.
What? That's the...
What are these?
Incentive. You'll be watched at all times. Stray too far or act suspiciously, and we will administer a rather painful shock.
That's fucked up.
Stop. Keep away from that one. The champion of Eorzea is not so easily cowed. Even if she allowed herself to be collared, the shock would be no more than an itch. No. If she refuses to obey, we will activate the twins' restraints instead.
You... Oh my god. I have so many things I want to say and scream and shout and yell. I don't know if it would make any sense. I just... We came offering help. And let me guess, you want it. By these tricks? When we literally came offering help? Just... come on.
You needn't worry about us.
We'll forget we're even wearing them soon enough.
Still. Jesus Christ.
Even now, you still... Why go to such lengths? What is it all for?
What will you say? Because even the most bitter adversary may one day see reason? Or on the coldest, blackest of nights, meager though it may be, you must share the warmth of our fire. On the coldest, blackest of nights, meager though it may be, you must share the warmth of our fire.
You are a curious one. A far cry from the merciless barbarian others paint you to be.
Because you believe simply what you're told. But I think we're now starting to realize there's more to life than simply what you've been told.
You will be their warden. Take them away.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. No. I have to remind myself not to touch it, even if it starts to itch. I'd rather not set it off by accident. Anyway, enough about that. Let's learn what we can from the refugees. It will take more than a trifle such as this to deter us. Compared to what Garlemald's people have suffered in recent days, these collars are a minor inconvenience. I mean, both options are equally valid. You know? Oh my god, that fucking dog. I'm sorry, y'all. Persona non grata. Julius has his orders, implicit though they may be. As per Lord Catus's instructions, I am to supervise you during your time here in Tertium. Before you ask, no, I don't have the key or any other means to remove your collars. Nor would I tell you if I did. And if you try anything, you'll soon wish you hadn't. So, do you truly intend to speak with the others, or is that merely a ruse? We're in no hurry to disobey Lord Quintus. If that's what you mean. Or perhaps you just doubt the wisdom of his decision. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Persona non grata. Do as you will. But remember, I'll be watching. If I catch wind of you doing anything untoward, trying to trick our people into turning their coats and the like, those shot callers will be the least of your worries. Understood? Though we're somewhat compromised, to put it lightly, let's not waste this opportunity. I suggest splitting up and learning what we can of their situation. And above all else, don't use magics of any sort. You, on the other hand, may go wheresoever you wish, even outside the camp. I know full well I couldn't stop you if I tried. But do not forget, if you do anything to endanger us or our interests, Alpha No and LSA will pay the price. Gather information in Tertium. This young soldier is on the verge of losing consciousness. Tavia? It's you! Lorraine Greycastle! I served under Lord Gaius in the 14th Legion. I was there on the night the Praetorium fell. You and your adventurers, you killed them. My comrades, my friends. Swept them aside in their dozens, as though they were nothing to you. And maybe I am too, just another faceless enemy to be cut down. But it won't be long until our countrymen return. So you get what you deserve. Mark my words. You came with Ulysses, didn't you? Yes? More like thousands? Well, whatever business brought you here, you'd best keep your hands off that aetherite. It's deactivated, but I'd rather you didn't mess about with it. There are others throughout the city, built by Garleans for Garleans. You can teleport all over in the blink of an eye, provided there was a terminal nearby. These days, however, we use the aetherite's power to keep this place lit, though that comes at the cost of its normal function. Oh, well, there we go. Understandable. Yeah, well, see, there you go. Right here. There's the wiring. Agitech radio. This radio is the same model used as the one used at Victor Spoils. Perhaps it is what saved the soldiers here from being tempered. Alias. I know who you are. So-called champion of Eorzea. Come to gloat, have you? I'll wipe that smirk off your face. By the blood of our fallen compatriots, I swear I'll... Damn. Tore the sutures. Ow. Of all the times, the worst of the lot within striking distance, and I can't even muster the strength. Ugh. I am not welcome at all. Understandable. If it weren't for the third bleeding us, we'd be the end of you. Virgilia's treachery nearly cost Lord Quintus's life, but we made our escape. Took shelter in a mansion, tended to the wounded as we prepared to strike back, and then... Night fell and we gathered around the radio. Then the roar, the terrible roar. The capital was in chaos, but we were spared. If you can call this a mercy, mind intact but body broken. A soldier in name alone. I'd cut you down where you you stand if I could, murderer. Yet I was defending my realm. Too. Am I not allowed to defend my realm? Yeah, let's say. Spurious. How much longer are we going to be stuck down here? This is no way to live. Now let's say. So cold. It probably hasn't had a proper meal in days. If only we brought some food with us. But perhaps I could use a little magic too. No, I mustn't. God, this is so frustrating. Did you learn any of note? More or less that I am the worst. That I am the worst bitch of them all. And your findings are consistent with my own. Their plight is desperate indeed. Yeah, we did learn that too. The sick and injured are at greatest risk. Without warmth and proper nutrition, I fear they will soon perish. I realize there is precious little we can do for them at present, but I cannot bear to see them suffer. Please, will you help me tend to them? This is Flavius. No matter what may betide, I've my daughter, and that alone shall keep me from succumbing to even the darkest of nights. Flavius. Who's there? My eyes, I can't see all that well. Thank you, the numbness has subsided a little. But I know I won't last much longer. You should look to the others who can still fight. Give them my ration. Aww. If me going hungry means someone else lives to see another day, so be it. At least I can still serve in that way. Bless your heart. Would you stay with me a little longer? Hold my hand. Yours are so much warmer. Aww. I've never been this cold or this hungry in all my life. Gilgamesh was built on a frozen waste. The city itself was always a warm, inviting place. Now, all we once had is in ruins. No matter what may betide... Oh, yeah, I've heard. So those you met fare no better. I was afraid you would say that. I know we were warned against meddling in their affairs, but we can't leave them like this. Perhaps we might gain permission to have the contingent deliver supplies? Quintus may have made his feelings on the matter quite clear, but even he must recognize they are not in a position to refuse help. Maybe Euless could persuade him, though we'd need to persuade Euless first. Speak with Euless. Well, seen enough? Euless, the people here have barely enough food and fuel to survive. Have you and the other soldiers been able to procure any more supplies? We've been scavenging provisions from the nearby houses, as most families kept, some stored away in the event they were snowed in. Still, going out and getting it is dangerous work, and we've a lot of mouths to feed. Fuel is the greater concern, though. We had some ceruleum set aside until it was stolen. We haven't identified the culprit. Could have been other refugees, or one of the afflicted for all we know. Either way, we're down to the last dregs. Without the heating they need, those in poor health are only going to get worse instead of better. If it's ceruleum you need, our contingent is secured a ready supply. We can have some sent over. We will not accept your charity. If we can hold on a little longer, the situation is sure to change. Everything will change. Listen to yourself! Drop the pride! One of your comrades mentioned something along those lines. Everything will change. Heard something of it, have you? Well, from what I've seen, there's little you could do to interfere. So there's no harm in telling you. One of our scouts spotted a hooded man issuing instructions to the afflicted, or in the bastard's words, loyal servants of the Telepharoi. Then, he made his way inside the Imperial Palace, or what stands in its place. We'd identified the seat of the enemy's power, we realized. Lord Quintus dispatched a messenger to the 10th Legion, saying as much, and instructing them to join forces with the provincial legions to prepare for a combined assault on the Telepharoi. Once our allies arrive, your contingent will be sent running for the hills. Then we shall reclaim the capital by our own hand. And how do you intend to survive in the meantime? At this rate, many of your countrymen will perish long before the reinforcements reach Garlemald. They need help now. Say the word, and we will bring you ceruleum. I will speak with Lord Quintus. So, did he agree to it? No. No, he will not place Garlemald in the death of her enemies. I have, however, been ordered to search for ceruleum outside. As you are under my watch, you will come with me. Very well. After all, many hands make light work. You lot are more trouble than you're worth. Once we are outside, you will follow my instructions to the letter. We depart shortly. Fair enough. His park materials. Ulysses finds himself in the somewhat bizarre position of leading ambassadors of an enemy contingent on a salvage mission. We will begin our search for ceruleum in Regio Urbanissima. The first location is Forum Soleus, a park to the northwest of this station. You are to remain close at all times and act only as ordered. Follow me. There's only so much I can do until we are able to procure more medicine. We cannot safely move the injured, and what little provisions we do have are spent keeping both us and the survivors warm. Solius. Elfino. To think this macabre graveyard for war machina was once a park. This is the place. Oh, we're probably gonna salvage it from the war machina. So this is the park. I'm surprised I found space for one amongst all these buildings. Actually, the recreational areas came first. The houses were later built around them. A healthy society requires communal spaces for children to play and adults to socialize. This park was named after the founding father of the empire, the great Solus Galvus. I've heard of him. Did we come to extract ceruleum from the wrecked Magitech armor? No. No, we've already drained it dry. Same goes for the rest of the machina in the vicinity. But as the ceruleum has been stolen, we must scour the city for every last drop. And while I don't expect to find anything here, I've decided to try one more time in case something has been overlooked. I see. And with your permission, we will commence the search. Shop counter. Though rather small by Garlean standards, the structure is reminiscent of a merchant's stall. Perhaps it was built for children to play as shopkeeper. There's nothing inside resembling Magitech or any other devices that would be fueled by ceruleum. Got that ether current on here. There's something more to, you know, I know that what would become the Garleans were driven back into this area. There's a lot I don't know about, you know, the why and how, and map of Forum Solius. Several points of interest are marked on the map of Forum Solius. The pond, the children's play areas, to your knowledge, however, none would require the use of ceruleum. Attuning with the ether current. Well, duh. War Machina wreckage. A cursory inspection of the wrecked Magitech armor confirms that the fuel sent canisters have long since been drained of ceruleum, as Eula said. This is so fucking post-apocalyptic. The playground? This, whatever it is, appears to have some sort of symbolic meaning relating to this park. Even though the place is named after Solus, it doesn't seem to be a statue of him. At least not anymore. Maybe it was once a fountain? Or somewhere the man himself used to sit? Not that it would matter, even if we knew, but I can't help wondering. Ulysses ignores you as he stares at the water in silence, as if searching for something he knows has gone and will never return. Children's slide. The contraption is built in the style of Imperial War Machina, armed with a battery of weapons and capable of transforming into different configurations. But on closer inspection, it appears to be no more than a children's slide. Ugh. The start. It was in this square that Emperor Solus inspected his troops before embarking upon his second campaign into the Far East. The Imperial legions were ultimately successful in their subjugation of the kingdoms of Dalmasca, and officials celebrated the grand victory by transforming the parade ground into a commemorative public park. Look at it. Wow. So that's how it used to be. What the fuck have Van Daniel and Xeno's done to this place? What the fuck have they done? Yeah. Oh, it's you. Any luck? No. There's no sign of any ceruleum. Hardly surprising, but disappointing nonetheless. I couldn't help noticing you gazing at the pond. Is something the matter? What isn't the matter here? What? Yes. I mean, no. It's just, I used to bring my brother and sister here to play. The pond was heated to stop it from freezing over, so like all the other children, we just had to wade in and splash about. Well, there's some ceruleum down there, probably heating it up. Would have stayed there if I didn't drag them out. We'd be sopping wet when all was said and done. Every time. And every time, when we'd get home, Mother would scold us, saying we'd catch our death walking around like that. The pond was heated. Exactly. With a ceruleum-powered heater by chance? I suppose it must have been. Come to think of it, I remember seeing engineers changing out a tank beneath the hatch. That was a long time ago, when the water still flowed clear and wasn't this brackish muck. We can't see a thing, and I can't remember where the hatch might be. With the machinery most likely broken, the amount of filth in there is probably the only reason it hasn't frozen over. I'd wager it's still unbearably cold, though. Ulysses, what are your thoughts on magic? The average Guardian would jump out of their skin if they saw it. But the first has a few foreign signiferi and medici, so it doesn't scare me. Then I take it you won't mind if I employ a little now. Alphino, as you have a knack for finding dry wood, why don't you bring me some? Once that's done, a blast of her fire should do the trick. Leave it to me. There we go. There we go. We're getting somewhere at this point. You're not planning to go in there, are you? Of course I am. That tank isn't going to fetch itself. It's nothing so involved as extricating unprocessed ceruleum from a frozen lake, like how the tappers do it. We're talking about a shallow pond in a park, and we have a way of warming ourselves up after. But that's insane! So, fancy a dip? A little friendly competition might make things interesting. Last one to find the ceruleum tank is a rotten egg. Though I dare say we'll both smell like rotten eggs when this is over. Gods be good, it's cold. Perhaps we should listen to Ulysses after all. Come on, we're in it now. Let's get this done and over with. You delve into the murky water but come up empty-handed. To add injury to insult, the icy wind on your damp clothing chills you to the bone. Gonna be one of those other two. Delve into murky water, but come up empty-handed. To add injury to insult, icy wind on your damp clothing chills you to the bone. Yeah. Point of interest. Beneath the water, your fingers catch on what you think might be a handle. You open the hatch and retrieve a ceruleum tank. Except it's very bitterly cold. I knew it. However, your grand discovery comes at great personal cost as you become acutely aware of the freezing cold and rancid odor emanating from every ilm of your body. Ulysses will doubtless feel compelled to pinch his nose shut when you deliver him your prize. So be it. Found it? Must be another run down around here somewhere. Did you find anything? I hope you did. That's it. There's still some ceruleum left. The fire's still not ready. Hold on, I'll give Alphino a hand. Call me an Uldan, because by fire I am reborn, and my clothes are mostly dry now, too. I appreciate you recovering the ceruleum, but I wish you'd taken the time to discuss the plan with me beforehand. Despite the way you've been treated, in Lord Quintus's eyes, you're still envoys deserving of protection. If you were to die on my watch, he would be most displeased. Your concern is duly noted, but all's well that ends well. Ulysses, you mentioned coming here with your younger siblings. Did you grow up in Garlemald? I did, not far from here. My father was an accomplished researcher in his youth, and for his contributions to the Empire awarded an estate. We lived well, better than many. What was Garlemald like in those days? Everything. It was everything you could imagine, and so much more. Even during the coldest winters, we always found warmth and comfort at home. Coming in from the snow, taking off your coat and sitting down for a hot meal with family. Visiting friends and relatives, receiving that same welcome, knowing they had everything they needed. Walking down the street, seeing the lights in all the houses, hearing the faint sounds of laughter and song, of happiness. And although the summers came and went all too quickly, in that brief respite, the ice would melt and the forgotten grass make its triumphant return. Gray clouds gave way to blue skies. Some mornings we'd climb to the top of the tallest building we could find to watch the sunrise. Never again. Those rooftops are rubble, those friends dead, and those memories. But if I could reclaim even a fraction of what we once had, soon our chance will come. We just need to hold on a little longer. Park materials. Alright, give me just a second. I will be right back. God, this music is so good. This music is so good. So fucking good. But yeah, okay. Like I said, I'll be right back. Sorry about that, y'all. Well, maybe I shouldn't be sorry, but... $1.6K? Ooh. May take a while. Alphanev. Owing to the wealth of experience I've accrued in gathering firewood, I was even able to provide Euless with some basic pointers on the subject. I thought it might help to further build a rapport, and to distract him from his other concerns. Yeah, I think they do. I think at least you don't have to babysit the queue, from what I hear. And from what I've observed. Let's say. Well, at least my clothes are finally dry, though they could still do with a proper wash. Oops. No good deed. I know how that finishes. No good deed goes unpunished. Alrighty then. Now that the fire has burned out, Euless is ready to move on. Alright, now that you've recovered from your escapades in the pond, there's another location I'd like to search, just outside the park. Okay, everything was built on an enormous scale and with thick, cleanly cut stone, much like Amarat. Given what we now know, such similarities are no coincidence. Yep. That would be right. That sounds about right. The War Machina appears to be patrolling the area of its own volition. I wonder whether it is simply following its original orders or if it now serves the Telephoroi. As you can see, this place is littered with the remnants of various types of War Machina. While my comrades and I have already recovered the tanks from the less damaged units, those that took a more severe beating are harder to scavenge. We decided to save those for another time, that time being now. Rather than prize them apart, piece by piece, it would be quicker to remove the outer casing using compact explosives. With luck, we'll gain access to the tanks without rupturing them. Though the force generated by these devices is relatively weak, I would advise you to stand well clear to avoid being hit by any shrapnel. Before even bothering, though, you should check the Machina's ceruleum gauge to see if there is any left. It should still provide an accurate reading even when the unit itself is inactive. If the gauge is broken, I'll let you decide whether to use an explosive or not. Should you need more, come to me. Understood. Let's get to work. According to the ceruleum gauge, this unit's fuel tank is empty. The ceruleum gauge on this unit appears to have been broken, giving you no way to determine how much fuel its tank may hold. Fortune favors the bold. After successfully removing the War Machina's outer casing and retrieving the ceruleum tank, you find it to be completely empty. Destroyed Magitech armor. The ceruleum gauge on this unit appears to have been broken, giving you no way to determine how much its fuel tank may hold. I want to go first. Let me go for a sure thing first. This is all spooky and haunting as hell. The ceruleum gauge on this unit appears to have been broken, giving you no way to determine how much fuel its tank may hold. According to the ceruleum gauge, this unit's fuel tank is empty. Is there no sure things? Is that what I'm getting at? Ceruleum gauge. I'll try this one. After successfully removing the War Machina's outer casing and retrieving the cerulean tank, you find it to be completely empty. But I probably need more, don't I? See these monstrosities up ahead? Overtuned specimen. I do not like the sound of that. Probably putting some people out of their misery there. Holy hell. You retrieve the War Machina's cerulean tank to find it is still half full. Or half empty, depending on one's perspective. Either way, Euless will surely be pleased by your discovery. More explosives? Wait, is that what I think it is? You've done it again! Truly, luck is on your side. With this, we should be able to refuel quite a few of our heaters. It's time we headed back. Wait here while I go and see how Alice and Alphino are doing.
Finally escaped the watchful gaze of your keepers, have we?
Wait, what?
Don't react. You'll only draw attention to yourself. Just carry on as you are and listen.
Link Pearl, right?
After you left with the Garlean lad, Lucia bade a few of us scouts follow you at a discreet distance. We observed you being led into the station, but decided against venturing inside. When you emerged sometime later, and we saw that the twins were sporting Magitech collars, it was clear what had taken place. Now, as quietly as you can, tell me everything. The Legatus himself, eh? Now there's a surprise. This is also the first I've heard of a plan to join forces with the 10th and storm the Tower of Babel. An interesting development, and perhaps the opportunity we've been waiting for. Our comrades back at the camp also received some rather promising news, but it's still too early to get our hopes up. For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them. With luck, this will all be over soon. Until then.
They had not gone far.
We searched high and low, but no luck, I'm afraid. I might have guessed you'd be the only one to find anything.
Because I'm the main
I
character.
wasn't expecting much to begin with. Eventually, there will be nothing left out here for us to safely salvage. For now, this will have to suffice. We should return to the station.
Ah, there you are. Heard you'd gone hunting for ceruleum above ground. Brought back a king's ransom?
Not quite, but...
Hardly. But thanks to these three, we have enough to last a little while longer.
Well, well. It's not at all as I was expecting, these ones. For savages, they seem positively docile. It's a poor attempt at humor. In all honesty, I'm grateful for your efforts. But even with another night of warmth, there are those among us who may not live to see the morrow.
Yeah.
I trust your expedition was fruitful.
Lord Quintus!
Quintus.
Use what you procured to refuel the armor.
The armor? Why the armor?
But, sir, what about the heaters for the camp?
The time for action is upon us.
What action? They're not coming. They're not.
My men and I have matters to discuss. In the meantime, you are to wait here. Do not forget, you are being watched.
Even if you win whatever is coming next, what afterwards? What afterwards for your people?
The time for action. What did he mean by that?
I can only speculate. Clearly something requiring their magitech, given what we just heard. Whether they plan to utilize it now, or after they join with the 10th, is another question. Will they ever escape this cold? Return to and reclaim the idyllic spaces of which Eula spoke?
Finished your war, Council?
Alphino and Alizé are to stay here, as our prisoners. They will be released once your comrades have relinquished their supplies and withdrawn from Garlean soil. Until our terms are met, they will be detained at a separate location.
Come the fuck on.
After everything we've said and done, this is how you treat us.
Our allies have but limited supplies. They may stave off cold and starvation for a short while, but what then?
Oh, come on. Don't fucking do it.
For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them.
Oh no. Everything will be alright. Have faith.
Get them out of here.
He doesn't want to do it. He doesn't want to do it. He doesn't want to do it. Alphano and Alice will be fine, providing they do not resist. Alea lacta est. Once again, Euless has been entrusted with an unenviable task. You will accompany me back to your camp, where I will meet with your leader and present Lord Quintus's demands. Good point. Very good point. I bet you he does. Before we depart, however, there is something I would ask of you. Assuming your contingent complies, the supplies they surrender will need to be transported here. That task falls to Legionaries Marcellinus and Octavia, who will pilot Magitech armor to your headquarters. You are to inform them that we are leaving shortly. Alea lacta est. The die is cast. Oh. Oh boy. Oh boy. Marcellinus and Octavia, aren't they the ones that went to the Rising Stones? Tell them to ask the ill for further details, in those words. Once you've seen to that, meet me by the exit. Oh, no, they're right here. I don't know why I thought they were the ones that were... A quote by Julius Caesar during his conquest. You again. Ask the ill, he said. So, that should be the way of it. After all this. How ironic that you should be the one to deliver the news. What are we fucking doing? If those are my orders, then so be it. For the glory of Garlemald. If I am giving the word to harm Alphino and Alizé, I will throw my damn controller. If those two come to harm, after I told them to have faith, I will fuck shit up. Octavia. What do you want with me? Ask the ill. So Lord Quintus has reached a decision. I'm guessing they're marching, now that I think about it more. I knew he would understand. That he would recognize the savage is a ruthless, merciless creature, and to defeat him, we too must be uncompromising. My blood is turning cold. My blood is turning cold. I am ready. In the name of Emperor Varus, for the glory of Garlemald, I will fulfill my duty. You're running in there. Oh no. Why do I get this as a part people have come to watch? And don't say anything. Don't say anything, but so is that why Ulysses' name is Ulysses? Because it is pretty similar to Julius. Ulysses. Have you done as instructed? Listen here, you little shit. Their duties involve more than the transportation of supplies, don't they? What do you mean by ask the ill? Or ill? I am not at liberty to divulge that. What I can say is this. You have no cause for concern if our demands are met. You and I are in this together now. Like it or not, we have to cooperate. There is one other matter, a place I'd like to visit on the way to your camp. It's a short walk from here. Follow me. Why do I get the feeling I am on the precipice of something major? Give me a moment, please. Euless lingers by the ruins, reluctant to leave and reluctant to stay, unable to move on. Wait here. I am on the precipice of something, aren't I? I feel it in my bones.
This is my home. Our home. At least it was until that night. I was with Lord Quintus when the capital fell, and thus spared. My family, who did not own a radio, were less fortunate. When dawn came, I made my way here. My parents, my little brother and sister, they were still inside. But they weren't themselves, and they tried to. And I had to. I'd promised to take them away from the capital that very morning, to somewhere safe, to hide until the fighting stopped. I promised.
You promised to protect them, just like I made a promise to protect Alphino and Alizé.
The Garlean flag bears a chain, the bonds between our countrymen. A red link at its center, the blood of the fallen. Our loved ones who lived and died for Garlemald.
So that wasn't Nero.
But if she too fell, who would be left to remember them and their sacrifice? What enduring proof would there be that they were ever here?
You make a good point.
If we had turned to your gods, would they have saved us?
Good question.
I'm sorry, forget I spoke. We should go.
I'm not gonna forget you spoke. There's a reason you said what you said when you said it.
It's no use.
Believe me, I do not enjoy being here any more than you. But she wanted us to play along, so that is what we will do.
Let's say.
It's so cold.
It is. It is.
Painfully so. Unbearably.
I've been thinking about what Quintus said. About why no one would accept Garlean rule. Irreconcilable differences. When coexistence isn't an option, only conquest remains. Varys at Gimlet said much the same. Only by uniting the world beneath a single standard would we rid ourselves of the Ascians. United as one people. One race cleansed of imperfections.
Flaws and imperfections are what make us who we are. That people are different. That people are not the same. That we have different languages. Differences are to be celebrated.
A cold and unforgiving vision. And when we fail to live up to their standards, what place is there for us in their world? But the truly sad, truly frustrating thing is how damnably similar it all is to the lofty ideals of Father and the Forum.
Good point. Good point.
Non-intervention. Always non-intervention. Protect our knowledge and our people, and to hells with the rest of you. And yet, I can see how it happened. Varys and Father looked to their elders for guidance and took their virtues as their own. But for this world was of their making. In who else could they place their trust? All of us lost in a sea of chaos, searching desperately for purpose and meaning. But it shouldn't just be an extension of another's. It has to be ours. It has to be.
Mm-hmm.
We all have a stake in this world.
Your grandfather...
No one should be silenced.
...wanted you to find a reason, your own reason, to fight.
I won't deny that we lack the experience of people such as Father or Quintus. Perhaps they've come to see the world as a series of problems, and the most efficient way of solving them, to reduce everything to fundamental forms.
Yeah?
A stone is a stone, a cloud, a flower, no more than that. Simple descriptions that strip the subject of distinguishing characteristics. A man is a man, divided according to race, creed, or allegiance, and to some, defined by such associations.
Is that what you think?
In my misbegotten youth. But what I believed wisdom was no more than aggressive ignorance.
Yeah, I'm thinking back to the Coil's quest, where Louisa wanted her to find her own reason to fight for this world, not just, for her grandfather.
I've since learned to look beyond the banners and the politics, to see people as individuals with their own hopes and dreams. As for my dream of building a better world, well, every day I'm reminded that it is far more complex than I had ever imagined.
Yes. It is.
But it only spurs me onward, to find the wisdom and the strength to see it through to the very end.
Alpha, no. Never change. You fucking Redditor.
All of our supplies and an immediate withdrawal. These are your conditions?
Demands. And you forgot about the airship. Once again, you will leave one behind. It will be used to return the prisoners. Their collars will be removed prior to the exchange.
So in the end, not even Father's expertly worded rhetoric could deter you from your chosen course.
Huh?
Not that I thought for a moment that it would. I've no love for violence, of course. But ours
Bullshit.
is a cause worth fighting for. I just wish he'd realize it too. Sometimes the only way to protect the ones you love is to take a stand. To refuse to suffer in silence. I want you to know I share your conviction. Whether it be on the battlefield or in the debating chamber, I won't back down. I guess what I'm saying is...
You've found your own reason to fight.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Yes, I have. God's willing, there will come a day when we can finally lay down our arms, and there will be peace. But not until the Telophoroi have been defeated once and for all. And you, brother, will have a vital part to play. By your words and deeds, you'll lead the way.
I pray I am up to the task.
Alpha, no. You've come a long way from being that smarmy little shit that we saw at the that church.
There'll always be naysayers. Those who think us fools for even trying.
Even I doubted you at one point.
It's easy for learned elites to criticize earnest efforts and assert their moral superiority, all without offering alternatives. Not that their sophistry has ever wounded you. So stubborn and strong. Stronger than you even know. Don't ever change, you hear me?
Damn right!
If you stumble, I'll be there to catch you. Or give you a thick ear. Maybe both, for good measure.
Thank you, Alice.
Yeah. Oh shit. What is this gonna do? Oh shit. What did you do, Estinian?
The scouts have secured Alize and Alphino. Their collars were removed without complication as well. They report no casualties, not for their party nor the guards, who will wake from their premature slumber in due course.
It would appear the situation has changed. I propose new terms. We have information that will be of great interest to Lord Quintus, and I wish to speak with him in person.
Well, damn! Ay, ay, ay.
No. In the event you rejected our first proposal, we came prepared with a
Fuck.
second.
We just fucked. We just fucking put Alice and Alphino to harm.
Ambush!
More are coming! Make ready!
We, the loyal soldiers of the First Legion, proud servants of Garlemald, of the fallen Emperor Varys, shall safeguard these lands from the barbarian hordes until our countrymen return! Stop, both of you!
What are you doing, Arun?
This child may be the worst emissary I've ever seen.
We received an urgent communication from the Grand Company of Eorzea. Envoys from the Imperial Army, led by members of the 10th Legion, came to Alamigo and requested an audience.
Oh.
They explained that their efforts to coordinate the reclamation of the capital with the aid of the 4th, 5th, 8th, and 12th had ended in failure.
I just want to know I knew they weren't coming. I want to know that Alpha No and LSA are okay.
Communication between most legions has broken down entirely. Most of the 10th's conscripts have deserted, leaving their forces severely depleted.
I just want to know they are okay.
That is why, unable to continue the fight on their own, they and their allies turned to the Grand Company of Eorzea for aid.
Lies! Every word!
It is the truth, and I have not finished. The 10th has requested that we deliver a message to Lord Quintus. Have the ill stand down.
You have been listening, my lord? What are your orders?
Inform her that we will honor the 10th's decision. Bereft of hope, and now dignity. I release you from your duty. All of you.
You don't release your crew or your officers from their duty unless you are preparing to go down.
We are ghosts, you and I. Memories of days gone by. Bonds forged it.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Yeah, I see. Ugh, I'm sorry. Sorry about that, y'all. Oh, Quintus.
Quickly! We have to reach the station before it's too late.
My mic is dead. Can you hear me now? Weird. What the hell? Well, shit.